I call the Senate to order. Mr. Rowe.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Bromfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chadzenall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Latner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Pope. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Dennis Williams, who is the senior pastor at New Caney Creek Missionary Baptist Church in Jackson, Mississippi. He is the guest of Senator Blunt. The invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Norwood. Dr. Williams.
Let us pray. Eternal God, here it is again that we stand in the need of a prayer. Father God, right now we ask that you would look down upon this Senate chamber. Father God, we ask for your guidance in decision making. Father God, we ask that the decisions that we make, they're morally, ethically, legally, and spiritually led. Father God, I ask right now, thank you for being a God who is ever present. Thank you for your sovereignty. Thank you for the way that you keep us, our going and our coming. Lord God, we know that you can make a way out of no way. As we look at our Senate bills, we ask that you let us have wisdom, knowledge, and understanding as we represent the people of the state of Mississippi. Father God, it is a place where we work and play. And we ask, oh God, that our constituents are receptive of the decisions that are made. It doesn't matter what political party you are in. We ask, oh God, that you would touch right now. Father God, in the midst, I dare not pray a selfish prayer. Let's pray for our nation as well. The many things that we are going through right now, we know that you are God who's all-seeing and all-knowing. Father God, I ask right now that you will continue to bless Mississippi, continue to bless the Senate, the House, bless the governor. Father God, I ask right now that you will bless our schools, our universities, Father. We ask that every agency be lifted up in thy name. Father God, and as we render these services unto you, we ask, dear God, that we do them with a clear conscience. Lord God, we know that you are able and you never lost the case. We know that you're a God who can see all things, and we're thankful for you being able to do just that. This state is planted by the running waters, the living waters, and the branches that extend out involve all of us. Father God, I ask right now with a humble heart that you continue to lead, guide, and protect. Father God, I ask that you would cover us in the midst of it all. Father God, I pray right now that you would have your way in the midst of this Senate chambers today, and you ask that you would cover us under the canopy of the Holy Spirit, now unto him that is able to keep us from falling, may the sweet communion of the Holy Spirit may rest, rule, and abide with us all, henceforth, now, and forever. Amen.
Stay with us, Dr. Williams. Thank you, Dr. Williams, and thank you, Senator Norwood and Senator Blunt. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Blackwell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the
Senator
journal.
moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee reports. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee
Senator moves to
reports.
dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles and bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Introduction of guest Senate. Introduction of guest Senator Robinson. You're recognized for introduction, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 4 introductions today.
Good.
In the South Gallery, please help me make welcome my niece, Lisa Baker, and my sister-in-law, Catherine Barker. They are the mother and the grandmother to Senator Barrett Page from Brookhaven, Thomas Barker. So we're glad to have my sister-in-law and my niece. Also from Jones County in the South Gallery, and thank you all for standing up so eagerly this morning. We're happy to have you in your capital. Joining us, you will please find the Leadership Jones County class. We're glad to have them with us, and their advisor is George Bassey, who is the director of the Lauren Rogers Museum of Art in Laurel. Welcome, Leadership Jones County. Glad to have y'all here today. Mr. President, in the North Gallery, if the senators would help me make welcome from Dixie Electric Power Association, Randy Smith, who serves as the general manager of Dixie Electric, and also his team members, Aaron Zumwalt and Amanda Mills. Welcome. Glad you're here this morning. We do have a few people left in Jones County, but I do have one more introduction. Also in the North Gallery, you will see Deidre and Bill Berg. Help me make them welcome in the North Gallery. They are the proud parents of my page, Carter Berg. Welcome to your capital. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackman,
Introduction, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Thank you. In the West and South galleries, we have members of the Mississippi chapter of the National Council of Negro Women, and I'd like the Senate to help them feel welcome.
Welcome. Thank y'all. Senator Younger,
Introduction.
please please.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the north and in the west part of the gallery, we have the 4-H staff with their students and some of the chaperones. We have Charlie Stokes, Reed Nevins, Missy Burney, Dr. Al Temple, Brad Statham, and Dr. Mariah Morgan. Please give them a big hand, Senate.
Senator Turner Ford. Senator Turner,
Introduction.
please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Visiting with us in the West Gallery, we have the wife of Representative Ricky Thompson, Ms. Sheila Thompson. Would you please stand, and Senate, let us make her welcome.
Senator Hobson,
Introduction, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the south end of the floor, we have an old colleague, former holder of this seat that I'm in today, my former desk mate, former chair of appropriations, and the former secretary of the Senate, our good friend Senator Buck Clark here visiting today.
Welcome home, Buck. We're glad to see you. Good to have you back. Senator Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. If we will, please direct our attention to the West Gallery and to the North Gallery. Today, we have Bruce Bean and his daughter, Kelly Bean, who is a 4-H ambassador with us today. If you would, help me join in making them welcome this morning.
Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the West Gallery today, we have the Mississippi Agriculture Youth Council, as well as also in the West and the North Gallery, we have members of Mississippi 4-H and their advisors. I would ask that they all please stand and the Senate please make them feel welcome.
Okay, thank you, Senators. Anyone else? Okay, Senator Whaley, you're recognized for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for floor privileges for Mississippi 4-H President, Mr. John Clayton Kitchens, and members of the Mississippi State 4-H.
Seeing no objection, privilege is granted. Sergeant at Arms, please escort our guests to the chamber floor. Senator Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. What you see before us today, Senate, we have two students here who are the future of agriculture as well as the future of the state of Mississippi. These are very, very engaged youth. They're engaged in agriculture opportunities. They're engaged in leadership competitions that are building for the future of this state. And at this time, I would ask that we recognize State President Mr. John Clayton Kitchens and let him address the Senate.
John Clayton Kitchens, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
People can be divided into three groups: those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and those that wonder what's happening. We Mississippi 4-Hers, we're in the first group. Just as alumni 4-Hers Bill Waller, Thad Cochran, and Faith Hill dreamed of success, 4-H continues to instill the same values and determination to succeed, and maybe one day, a new generation of 4-Hers will fill those seats that you are sitting in today. Lieutenant Governor and distinguished members of the Senate, it's my high honor to address you today. I want to thank you for supporting 4-H, because supporting 4-H means supporting the future leaders of Mississippi. In a world where so many teenagers cannot find support, 4-H is a beacon. 4-H has been supporting Mississippi youth since 1907, whether through mentors who guide them, friends who are there for them, or challenges that force them to overcome. 4-H is designed, as our motto says, to make the best better. I'm immensely grateful to 4-H for fostering positive youth development programs that not only improve youth lives in the present, but also invest in their long-term well-being and success. I mentioned 4-H on the state level, but at the end of the day, 4-H is found on the county level by ag agents, 4-H leaders, and parents who volunteer. There's a saying my 4-H leader told me when I was 9 years old: you have one hand for helping yourself, and you have another hand for helping others. And I think that encapsulates the message of 4-H. Sure, we want to help ourselves and be the best that we can be, but what good is that if we don't help out our fellow Mississippian? As Mississippi State 4-H President, I'm committed to encouraging other young people in our state to take part in this life-changing program that has shaped who I am and nurtured my ambition for leadership. I hope that you will continue to support initiatives that provide opportunities for youth development, ensuring that future generations can experience the same benefits I have. I would love this opportunity for you to meet with more ambassadors and more 4-Hers as we recognize those who represented our state at national competitions. And I invite you to our legislative reception and awards ceremony tonight from 4 to 5 at the Trade Mart. Again, thank you for your time and dedication to our community's youth, and I look forward to working together with you in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Kitchens. I'll take a picture real quick here. Okay, we'll start on the calendar. And we'll go through it. So I appreciate everybody's hard work yesterday on the committees that went into late into the evening. On appropriations, Senator Hobson. Senate, we're on number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass Senate Bill 2086, number 1 on the calendar, have it retain its place, go to item 2 on the calendar, and have the title read.
Item 1 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2146, state budget, bring forward code sections related to and provide for transfers.
Motion is the bill be considered read 3 times, engrossed, and considered for final passage.
Seeing no objection, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our transfer bill that we do annually, and it brings forward all the code sections, which include the 2% set aside, the working cash stabilization fund or the rainy day fund, also the working cash distribution, the capital expense fund, and the budget contingency fund. And this allows for the transfer of general funds amongst and between all of those funds. I'll be happy to yield. This is effective upon passage. Happy to yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Seeing none.
Seeing none, my motion is adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Hobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to ask that we skip items 3 through 6 on the calendar, although, Mr. President, I would say as it relates to item 4, that is the bill where if there are any projects that have amendments, we need to get those promptly. We have passed that out of committee, but there were some technical changes in that bill, so I would just ask all the members to get with me as soon as possible if they see anything in the projects bill that needs to be amended before we bring it forward. But having skipped those items, ask that they retain their place and move to item 7 on the calendar.
Items 3 through 6 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2840, state budget process, revised provisions related to and transfer certain funds.
I'll make the usual motion.
You make the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move adoption of the committee substitute and ask to be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you. These are corrections that need to be made on 2840 from 2840 this year, which are corrections from last year's bill. And the first change is moving the Mississippi State University Veterinary School Fund from DFA to MSU, where it will be maintained by the state treasurer separate from the general fund. Second change was on the emergency road and bridge fund. It's just a numbers change on that from the fund number was incorrect in last year's bill. Third change is bringing forward section 29-9-9. This pertains to the removal of any vehicle, equipment, office furniture, or office fixture that is no longer needed by a state agency or institution. These can be sold, traded, or donated by obtaining written approval from the governor's office. The fourth change is as it relates to the Reed Green Coliseum repairs that were done at USM. allowing the university to utilize any additional funds that were left over for repair and renovation of the Hattiesburg campus. This is approximately $2 million that they expect to have left over after the repairs to the Reed Green Coliseum roof. The fifth change is related to $13 million in capital expense funds that were sent to the Secretary of State, and the $3 million sent to the Volunteer Firefighter Length of Service Awards Program. Those agencies did not draw down their funds timely, and so therefore we're going to put those funds back in there so they can be drawn down this year. And the sixth and final change is related to the Office of Physician Workforce Program. That's been transferred from UMMC to the Department of Health, and that section would also include the transfer of $4,030,416 over from UMMC to the Health Department. This does take effect after passage. I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Seeing none, my motion is adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been. Yeah, we're adopting a committee substitute. She's
Adoption
right.
of the committee
That's
substitute,
right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you're recognized to adopt the committee substitute, sir.
That's my motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Yes.
Now, thank you, Mr. President. Now I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Some morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator passes retained. Number 8 and 9, Finance. Senator Harkins. Number 8 and 9 retain their place upon the calendar. We're on 10, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 10, 11, and 12, have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 13, Senate Bill 2546, and have the title read.
10, 11, and 12 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title, number 13.
Senate Bill number 2546, Mississippi Business Finance Corporation, extend repeal date on authority to issue bonds to finance economic development projects.
Make the usual motion.
Make your usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, this is a bill that just extends the repealer on Mississippi Business Finance Corporation to 2029. That's the explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move adoption.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to skip item 14 through 19, have them retain their place on the calendar, go to item 20, Senate Bill 2303, and have the title read.
14 through 19 retain their place on the calendar. Item 20, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2303, building at 152 Watford Parkway, Canton, transfer to Mississippi Department of Public Safety.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Move we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and recognize Senator Subert to explain it.
Senator Suber, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill gives the authority to the Department of Public Safety to acquire a piece of property in Madison County. They're currently using the property and have been leasing the property for the past 3 years. The lease is about to end, and there's no money in this bill, but this will give the Department of Public Safety the authority to acquire the property. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill, Senate? Seeing none, Senator, on the committee substitute.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Ask for passage based on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of morning roll call. Thank you, Senator Suber.
And Mr. President, I'd ask for immediate release.
Immediate release is requested. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 21, Senate Bill 2083, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2083, distinctive motor vehicle license tag authorized for supporters of Mississippi College School of Law.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our omnibus tag bill. This is the vehicle we will use. I'm going to offer a reverse repealer to keep it alive so we can bring this about at the end of the session. So if you would please get your request for any tags in to Ian before the end of the session, and we'll make this the vehicle. At least the House may have a vehicle as well, but we want to at least put forward one. So that is the explanation of the bill, and I'd like to offer the reverse repealer amendment at the appropriate time.
Just 1 second. Okay, Senator. You have an amendment, Senator Harkins?
Yes.
Please, Mr. Clerk, is it up? Okay, we're up. We're good to go.
Just a reverse repealer is the amendment. Move adoption of the amendment.
Questions, Senator Horn? 1 moment, please. Senator Horn. For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
1 moment, please. We'll finish this bill. I'll come back to you. Thank you, Senator. Okay. Questions on the amendment? Seeing none. Senator Harkins, you're recognized for your motion, sir.
Move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
No further questions. Move final adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call been requested. Anyone object? Opposed, voting no. Present. Bill passed by use of morning roll call. Senator Williams, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Horn, you want to go first then, and then we'll get Senator Williams.
Thank you, Mr. President. And ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'd like to direct your attention to the North Gallery. We have the legal counsel for Jackson State University, Ms. Onetta Whitley, with us, and she is joined by the illustrious president of Thee I Love, Jackson State University President, Dr. Marcus Thompson. I'd like to ask that they both stand and have the Senate make them welcome.
Nice to have you with us, Marcus. Good to see you again. Senator Williams, you're now recognized for introduction out of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Harkins and myself, we've got a lot of great young minds from the Stennis Montgomery Institute of Government from Mississippi State University. We'd like to ask y'all to stand. I think you've been moving around the gallery. Y'all in the West. Thank y'all very much for standing. We've got Ms. Brenda Norton, who I've had the privilege of working the last couple of years, and the Executive Director, Dr. Dallas Breen. Let's give them a great Senate welcome. Welcome, guys.
Okay, Senator Harkins, we're back to you. Number 22, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 22 through 26 and have them retain their place on the calendar and go to item 27, Senate Bill 2852, and have the title read.
22 through 26, retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2852, income tax, suspend repeal on job tax credit for certain water transportation enterprises.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a repealer extension to 2030 and on tax credit on water transportation enterprises. That's the explanation of the bill. There are no
Questions on the bill?
I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, adoption on the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Floor is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator, we're on 28. President Hobson. Sorry, Mr. Clerk. President Hobson. Everyone else on use of the morning roll call. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 28, Senate Bill 2853.
Mr.
And
Clerk.
have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2853, income tax, extend repeal on tax credit for certain charges for using certain port and airport facilities.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a repealer extension to 2029. That's what the bill does. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator, on 29.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 29, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 30, Senate Bill 2855, and have the title read.
29 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2855, Mississippi Community Heritage Preservation Grant Fund, transfer funds and authority from DFA to MDAH.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this just moves the Mississippi Community Heritage Preservation Grant Fund. It transfers it from DFA to Mississippi Department of Archives and History, where it is administered. There's no objection, from what I've been told, from DFA on the transfer, so that's what the bill does. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. One moment, please. Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South and West Gallery, if they'll stand, we have the George County Spirit Group students. We have their students. We've got some parents and teachers. If you go ahead and stand up, students. Come on. They're in the front row. I see you. There's about 48 of them, but there's only about half of them there present. They're somewhere in the Capitol. So the Senate could help you make them welcome to your Capitol.
Welcome. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip items 31 through 33 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
31 to 33 retains its place on the calendar. We'll go to Senator Kirby. Rules, item 34, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain items 34 through 36.
34 through 36
Through
retains place.
46, yeah.
Through 46 or 36, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 47, as the title be read.
34 to 46 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title, item 47.
Senate concurrent resolution 525, commemorate 40-year anniversary of Entergy's Grand Gulf Nuclear Station.
Make the usual motion, Mr.
Senator
President.
makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Senator Butler has this bill, and this company is going to have a nice ceremony, maybe either today or tomorrow, and they felt that we should bring this out today so that we could have passed it before they have their ceremony. And it's simple, just as read. It's a 40-year anniversary of Entergy's Grand Gulf Nuclear Station located in Port Gibson. And of course, as read, this has low emission energy for half a million Mississippians, and it supplies or provides safe, low cost, reliable electricity in Mississippi. It's been a wonderful thing for this state. If there's no questions, I ask for use of morning roll call. Final
Questions on the bill? Senator Robinson.
Introduction out of order.
One moment, please. Senator Bryan, question on the bill, sir?
Yes, sir.
Senator,
Yes.
are you for a question, Senator Kirby?
Yes.
Senator Bryan's recognized for a question.
Senator Kirby, have you heard about my not having electricity late one night when I got home?
What? I couldn't hear you, Senator Bryan.
My not having electricity late one night when I got to my apartment. Have we discussed that?
Senator, we'll see what we can do to help you.
Well, what happened was, unbeknownst to me, some other individual signed up for electricity. Entergy moved my account out of my name into name of unknown individual who did not pay his or her bill, and I show up with no electricity. And it was 9 o'clock at night. And Entergy explained to me that there was nothing that could be done to restore my electricity. Although they agreed I had an account, they said they could not reinstate my account, that I had to start an account all over, and that in order to get an account, I had to go through verification, and verification didn't work at night. So notwithstanding that clearly I should have been getting electricity, there I was at 9 o'clock. So on behalf of me, and on behalf of others similarly situated, to use a term which sometimes appears in legal proceedings, on behalf of me and others similarly situated, Could someone at this ceremony inquire if there isn't something that could be done about people whose electricity is being put in other people's names and then their electricity turned off at 9 a.m. at night and there's nothing that can be done about it?
Well, thank you, Senator. You know, maybe we should go to their 40th year anniversary and tell them that, the anniversary of Grand Gulf.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you said someone was going to be delivering the resolution. I thought they could deliver that message at the same time they deliver the resolution. By the way, I have in my office, if you care to see it, the frozen biscuits, which sort of melted. So I've got a glob of frozen biscuit dough as a result of it down in my office.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. Senator Butler.
Senator
Thank you,
Butler.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would like to just let Senator Bryan know that I will definitely pass his complaints on to them and let them know how much he appreciates the time spent to take care of that issue.
Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Use more roll call, final passage, Mr. President.
Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for immediate release.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Kirby?
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I'd like to pass and retain items 48 through 57.
48 to 57, retain their place on the calendar. Senator Whaley?
Thank you, Mr.
Senator Robinson, well, we're waiting on Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order, please.
Please proceed.
I would like you to help me make welcome in the North Gallery the future leaders of Jones County. They are 11th grade students. Welcome to your capital and enjoy the tour today.
Welcome to your capital. Senator Wiggins?
Introduction out of order,
Please
Mr.
proceed,
President.
Senator.
Thank you. I'd like you to please welcome a good friend of mine and a family friend, April Baumann. She's here at with the previously introduced George County Gifted Program. April, welcome. Please give her a good welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 58, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Plant and Soil, Senate Bill number 2025, Plant and Soil Amendments to provide additional label requirements for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to recognize Senator Berry to explain, please.
Senator Berry, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill just simply amends the Mississippi Soil Amendment Law. It makes it consistent with national registration standards for plant bioassimilants. It kind of streamlines the process, and it just updates some terminology to the current national verbiage. Without any other questions, I move for final passage to use of the morning roll call.
I think you had a committee substitute, Senator. Is that correct? Is this a bill or do you have a substitute?
It's the bill. Yeah, I don't think this. My apologies, Mr. President. Move to adopt the committee sub.
Okay, we'll go. That's what I thought. That's what I had on my calendar as a committee substitute.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Now, any questions on the bill first? Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. On the committee substitute, we're on the bill, Senator Whaley.
Just move for final passage, Mr. President.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call, Senator.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Final passage by use of the morning roll call. Or objective procedure? Those voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Whaley, you recognize on item 59, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 59, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2264, Agritourism Activity Amendment Provisions pertaining to.
Make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Whaley, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 2264 deals with the agritourism business in the state. That is a sector in the agriculture industry here that is growing and growing very well. We're excited about our agritourism sector here in the state, and we want to try to help those individuals. So basically, the only changes on this is that for any location that's registered as an agritourism professional, we're just changing the signage aspect of their business. Currently, they have to have around 10 signs per exhibit, and we're just changing that to signage that is containing a warning notice and clearly visible at each exhibit. And that's an explanation of the bill. And I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move for final passage by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Callers voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Item 60. Judd A. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized. Item 60, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 60, call that up and ask the title be
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 59, Andre Lewis Furloin, Andre DeGray, Jackson, Mississippi State Defender in the Office of the State Public Defender, 4-year term effective July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2028.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion is going to be that we do advise and consent, and Andre DeGray, the state public defender, was nominated by the governor for another 4-year term. He came before Judiciary A. Andre's done a very good job in this position. Fielded questions, his peer report was completely fine, and so my motion would be that we vote in favor of consent, Mr. President.
Questions on the nomination, advise and consent. Questions on the nomination? Seeing none. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
My motion is that we advise and consent, Mr. President.
By use of the morning roll call, sir.
By the use of the morning roll call.
All use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Present. Suber. Anyone else? Anyone else? Advising consent is granted. 61, Judd A. Senator Whaley.
Go to item 61, call that up, ask the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2787, bad faith assertions of patent infringement, repealer on.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a simple bill, simple repealer. We are actually repealing the repealer, which leaves the current law in place, and all it's doing is repealing the repealer. And with that, my motion would be that we pass it on the use of the morning roll call.
Questions? Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, passes. Senator? Thank you. Public Health and Welfare. Senator Bryan, you recognize. Item 62, Senate.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2691, Mississippi Juvenile Tobacco Access Prevention Act amended to prohibit the sale of tobacco or tobacco products to those under age 21.
I make the usual motion.
Okay, Senator.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, some years ago, the age of to purchase tobacco products was raised from 18 to 21. The Attorney General's office has located a code section which does not conform to that. What this bill does is changes the age in that one code section from 18 to 21. If there are no questions, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Question, Senator Chisholm. One moment, please.
Question. Thank
You
you,
yield
Mr.
for a question,
President.
Senator Bryan?
Yes, sir.
Senator Chisholm is recognized for a question on the bill.
Friendly question.
I agree with you on the smoking. I don't like smoking, but it's not up to me to make up my mind for everybody else. But I would like to ask a question. Why would we send a young man to war at 18 years old, but we won't allow him to buy a cigarette at 21, until 21?
Well, I understand you've got a good point. There are age limits for a variety of things, 18, 21, sometimes 16, sometimes other ages. I think that the proponents of the lower age or the higher age would tell you that over the years, it's been determined, and I think accurately so, that a large percentage of people who begin smoking at an early age continue to smoke, and in later life they wish they did not and find themselves addicted to nicotine. And so it's an attempt to let someone reach a more advanced age before making that decision. I thought a lot about the point you make, and I do think the one difference between cigarette smoking and tobacco use generally is that there are overwhelming numbers of people late in life who wish they had never stopped smoking. And that's different, I mean, from almost anything else. And to me, that is a distinction. That's the best I can do.
I understand, and I agree with you. I'm totally against smoking, period. I've never smoked, never cared to smoke, and it is harmful to anyone's health. I just have a problem with not allowing a young man to buy a cigarette until he's 21 when we can send him to war to fight for this country. We can sell him beer, maybe not your alcohol, but beer. He can buy property. He can do a lot of things in the U.S., but he can't buy a cigarette until he's 21. But I do agree with you on not smoking. Thank you.
Other
I understand your position.
Other questions? Other questions?
I suggest you
Senator
should-
Hill, one moment. Senator, 1 second. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Were you here for a question, Senator Bryan?
I think you said it's been 21. Is this just a conforming code section?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's been 21 for a long time. This is just a conforming code section.
The age limit apparently appears several places in the code.
Just missed this place.
And this is just finding the one that was overlooked way back when they raised the age and conforming this to the other sections.
That's what I thought. I was just making sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions? Other questions on the bill? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion, sir.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Chisholm, no. McMahon, no. Anyone else? Present. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator. Item 63, sir.
I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2697, COVID-19 Hospital Expanded Capacity Program, expenditure period.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Mr. President, when we were having funds distributed as a result of COVID, funds were sent to hospitals, and state law, although not federal law, required the funds to be spent at an earlier time in 2004, or at an earlier time. The expenditures did not get made until later in calendar year 2024. So this just extends, and there's some technical reasons for that were not the fault of the hospitals, by the way. This just extends that period to December 2024 so that state law will permit the expenditures to be made. If there are no questions, I suggest use the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Judd B. Senator Fillingame, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 64, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2192, driver's license, required indication of sex to be consistent with sex of the individual determined at birth.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Hill to explain the bill.
Senator Hill, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does, starting on line 69, it basically says that your driver's license, sex on your driver's license shall be consistent with your sex at birth, and that conforms to Section 1-3-83 that we passed last year that said sex according to birth is what we recognize in the state of Mississippi. So it's just a conforming measure to 1-3-83 that we passed last year.
Questions on the bill? Senator Simmons, D. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Hill?
Yes.
Senator Simmons is recognized for a question on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hill, so the Department of Public Safety will be the one that actually will be in charge of administering the driver's license in the manner in which that they already do?
I'm sorry, I heard you say Department of Public Safety.
Yeah, so the Department of Public Safety,
Yes.
they will still
Yes.
be in charge of actually
Right.
doing the driver's license?
And what's happening over there is they're bringing altered birth certificates and changing the sex on their driver's license. So we're working on the birth certificates as well.
Who's doing that now?
Individuals, Department of Vital Statistics is changing sex on birth certificates, and then they're bringing that to the Department of Public Safety and getting the sex changed on their driver's license. So we're working to try to conform both agencies to 1-3-83.
Well, since this deals with driver's license, I only want to talk about DPS right now. How would DPS be able to know what a person's sex was at birth?
Because they'll bring a birth certificate over there to try to change it, and they'll see that it was something different to begin with.
Would it affect renewals? Like right now, I just go to my local DPS station to get a renewed driver's license. Do I have to do anything differently than what I've done in the past?
It's probably not going to catch all of them on renewals, but if they bring an altered birth certificate, it will catch it.
So when I go, or when I talk to my constituents in the Delta, when we go to like the Delta DPS station, my question is, do I have to do anything differently than what I do to get a renewal?
Well, DPS would be able to promulgate whatever rules that they wanted to conform to this, and that's why we're passing this section.
Okay, because right now I just go in and I just tell them I'm a male, and they basically, in my age and my date of birth, and they just basically renew it based upon the information that they already have in the system. I was just really trying to figure out, does the agency have to do anything differently if this bill becomes law?
They could follow the same procedures, but if somebody's bringing them a birth certificate and asking to change the sex, they would have to refuse that.
Thank you for yielding, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Hill?
Yes.
Senator Hickman is recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Simmons asked a lot of questions that went along with some of my issues and questions that I had during committee. And so from understanding the conversation that you just had with him, my question is, there are times, and I don't know if you're aware, where a court will order a completely new birth certificate to be created. What does DPS have to do? Are we putting DPS in a situation where they can't effectuate something that we're giving them?
Yes, we are. We're saying that our state law supersedes a court order changing the sex on a driver's license.
So what I'm saying is, if a completely new birth certificate is ordered, because most of the time when you get some change on a birth certificate, it's just indicated. But a court can order that the birth certificate be completely changed, and they're just bringing that birth certificate in. Then what does DPS do?
Right. If the sex is changed on the birth certificate, DPS would not follow that.
But I'm saying, how would they know if it's a completely new birth certificate has been ordered?
Because they would look at the person's driver's license before they renewed it, and if something was different on it, and they're bringing a birth certificate or a court order over there, they would see that they're asking for that sex change.
But if they're getting a new license, they don't have one.
Well, that's true, but we're working with the Department of Vital Statistics to also prevent them from changing the birth certificates.
Okay. Now, I understand that we passed a law last year. Is this a harm prevention law? Like, what are we trying to prevent from happening here?
Yes. Law enforcement, when they run a tag, they get back male or female, and they think they're going to pull over a female or a male. They need to know the truth about what's going to happen when they actually pull that person over. They need to have a true picture of who that person is.
So what if the person has gone through the entire process, surgery and all of that, and we're telling them that they have to identify as a male, and DPS is pulling somebody over that doesn't look like that at all?
The law is clear on 1-3-83, and that's what we're trying to conform to.
And so I heard you say you're working on birth certificates too. I think you guys did a pretty solid job last year. How many more of these are we going to see? Is this just going to be, over and over and over and over again, that we hate people so much that we create legislation every year to just make their lives and jobs and whatever harder?
Well, you can use the word hate if you want to. We're using the word truth, and what we passed last year, we're just trying to conform the statute.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Blackman, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Senator Hill, were you for a question?
Yes.
Senator Blackman is recognized for a question on the bill.
So the person that's issuing the license does actually issue a license with that new birth certificate. What happens to them, that worker, that state worker? Are they now subject to be arrested for giving that out?
Of course not. There's no criminal penalties in the bill.
Okay, I was just checking. Thank you.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to that procedure? Senator Simmons, you object? Okay, call the roll, Ms. Clerk.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Bowie. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingham.
Aye.
Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Brumfield. Bryan. Carter. Delano. England. Latner. Thompson. Voting yes or yea. Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Frazier, Hickman, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, and Thomas. Voting present, Barnett, Brumfield, Horn, Jordan, and Turner Forward.
Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, by unanimous consent, I would like to have my name removed as co-author on number 164, Senate Bill 2472, please.
One moment, Senator. Senator Simmons. Let me finish this bill. 1 second, Senator.
Mr. President, I voted no, but I'll now like to announce a parry if I'm allowed.
Please.
I will vote no. If Senator Jeremy England was here, he'll vote yes.
Bill passes 37 yea, 5 nay. 5 present. Okay, Senator, I wanted to check 1 second. On Bill 2472, Senator has requested removal. Seeing no objection is granted. Thank you, Senator McClendon. Okay, we're back on the calendar. 1 moment, please. We're on 65, Judd B. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item number 65 and have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item number 66.
Item 66, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2208, Mississippi Terroristic Threats Law, provide enhanced penalty for threat against airport.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Thompson to handle
Senator Thompson, you're recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 2208 amends Mississippi's domestic terroristic threat law to provide a minimum sentence of 5 years for terroristic threats made inside of an airport. That's a brief explanation of the bill. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't get enough clarification on that since this is a major problem across the country. Will you repeat that again a little louder or add a little more explaining what we're trying to do here?
Absolutely, Senator Jordan. Mississippi's domestic terroristic threat law currently provides for sentencing of not more than 10 years. What this amendment would do would be to provide a minimum of 5 years imprisonment for a terroristic threat made inside of an airport.
5 years.
A minimum of 5 years, yes,
Minimum of 5 years. I mean, it could be even more. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no? Present? Seeing none? Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 67. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2308, illegal dumping, increased penalties for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill by Senator Horn that we passed last year overwhelmingly, probably unanimously. We just couldn't quite get it through the other end of the chamber, so we're going to try it again. This deals with the issue of illegally dumping solid waste material. I know we are having a big push to try to deal with homelessness, vagrancy, encampments, those sorts of things. But one of the other issues that I think Senator Horn rightly put his finger on is that if you drive around the state, you see a lot of trash or litter, solid waste dumped all over the place. And so what this bill attempts to do on starting around line 42 is to simply increase by a little the penalties when the authorities do find these dumps and can identify who the perpetrator or the person dumping the solid waste in our public rights of way and rivers and streams and those types of things is. So on line 42, this bill would increase the penalties for the dumping of an amount over 15 pounds or 27 cubic feet in volume, but not exceeding 500 pounds in weight, from the current fine of $100 to $500, or not more than, it was $1,000, we bumped that up to $1,500, and then it incrementally increases for the larger amount. So if it's a dumping in excess of 500 pounds in weight or 100 cubic feet in volume, it would go from, again, a fine of not less than $500 to $1,000, and not more than what was $50,000 to not more than $75,000. That is what the bill does. It simply increases these penalties for the major dumpings on the rights of way and public lands to hopefully deter people from doing that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as co-author.
Let's pass it first.
If no questions, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes. Co-author added, Senator Hill. Senator Fillingham.
I would like to skip the next set of items and go down to item number 71.
68 and 69 retain their place on the calendar. Item 71 and 70 retain their place on the calendar. 71. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2833, peer enact provisions for enforcement of subpoenas from.
I make the usual motion.
It's the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Robinson to handle the
Senator
bill.
Robinson, you're recognized to handle a bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about Bill 2833. I currently serve as Vice Chairman of the Joint Legislative Committee on Performance Evaluation and Expenditure Review, better known as the PEER Committee. This committee provides the legislature with information on state government to aid the legislature in performing its function of legislative oversight. Also, PEER analyzes state agency programs and operations to help the legislature in making state government more effective, efficient, and accountable. To that end, Bill 2833 provides criminal penalties for persons who fail to comply with the subpoenas for PEER committee and for civil enforcement of those subpoenas. The legislation would also enable the Sergeant of Arms of the Senate to serve PEER committee subpoenas. At present time, PEER has subpoena power, but enforceability is a problem. The current statute enables no penalty for contempt by persons who fail to honor a subpoena. Further, there is no civil enforcement mechanism. This bill would establish a criminal penalty consisting of fines or incarceration. The criminal penalty would be a fine of not more than $1,000 and imprisonment in the county jail for no more than 6 months. The bill would also provide the civil enforcement of the subpoena through Chancery Court. It would also provide that persons who respond to PEER subpoena do not receive immunity, and provide that subpoenas shall be served by the Sergeant at Arms of the Senate. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Senator Norwood? No question. Thank you.
I move adoption of by the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Vote is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackwell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess till 1:30.
Motion is to stand in recess to 1:30. We have a 1 o'clock meeting. I'm sorry, Senator Michelle.
Please make an introduction.
You better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm blessed to have with me back on the back row of the chamber and the First Lady of Senate District 25, my lovely wife, Beth. Would you join me in welcoming her to the Senate, please?
We appreciate all the goodies you send down to us. Thank you very much, Beth. It's good to have you here. Senator Whaley on a meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like to announce that at 11:30 at Galloway Church, they will have the poultry legislative lunch.
Poultry legislative lunch at 11:30. And then, Senator, don't you have a joint meeting? Okay, that's right. All right. Senator Suber, you have a joint meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. 1 o'clock, we're having a joint meeting, the Wildlife Fisheries with the House Wildlife Fishery Committees for an update on the Outdoor Stewardship Fund.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author to Senate Bill 2208, number 66.
2208, seeing no objection granted. Senator Seymour?
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to item number 71, Senate Bill 2833 as co-author.
2833, Mr. Clerk, seeing no objection granted. Senator Tate?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to item number 64, Senate Bill 2192.
2192, Mr. Clerk, seeing no objection granted. Senator Norwood?
Mr. President, no objection. I'd like to be added as a co-author to number 67, Senate Bill 2308.
2308, Norwood. Seeing no objection granted. Senator Jordan?
Thanks, Mr. President. Your united consent, I would like to be added to Senate Bill 2208, item number 66.
2208, Jordan, item
Yes.
number 66. Thank you, Senator. Senator Whaley. All right, hit your button there, Senator. Okay, all right, Senator Blackwell, I think we're ready now and to proceed with the announcements, and we're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess to 1:30.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess till 1:30.
Test one.
like to call the Senate to order. Okay. Senators, I believe we were on 71. Judd B. Senator Fillingane. That's correct, sir. Pass and retain item 72. Senator Williams. Pass and retain 75, 76, 73, 74, and 75. Senator Fillingane, 76, 77, 78. Okay. Senator Fillingane is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to skip items number 76 and 77 and ask that they retain their place on the calendar and go to item number 78.
76, 77, to retain place on the calendar. 78. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2210, fireworks, provides dates of sale and reduced violation for misdemeanor.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that we go to the committee substitute, move the original bill, and ask that Senator Suber handle the bill.
Senator Suber, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has two parts. It opens or allows people to sell fireworks. It opens it up right before Memorial Day, and it extends it for an additional week in the summer months, and then in the second part of the year, it extends it about another week into January. This allows people that sell fireworks an additional week to maybe get rid of their inventory instead of it closing just immediately right after. And the second part of this is it was a felony to sell fireworks outside of these certain months. So what we did is make that a misdemeanor, and there's the first offense, and it increases up to a third offense, which is a substantial fine and up to a year in prison. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator?
I move for adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, Senator. Substitutes adopted.
I ask for a vote by the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Procedure. Cast vote is no. Present? Present. Tate. Anyone else? Anyone else? Who else? Barnett? Present. Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Blackwell? Pass and retain. Senator Barnett? Pass and retain number 79. Senator Barnett, we're on number 80. Senate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, we go to that item and have a title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2049, Prison Overcrowding Emergency Powers Act, extend repeal or on.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll ask that we allow Senator Broomfield to explain the bill.
Senator Broomfield, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill, 2049, extends the automatic repeal of the Prison Overcrowding Emergency Poser Act from July 1st, 2025 to July 1, 2029. The Prison Overcrowding Act authorizes the Commissioner of the Corrections to notify the Governor and the State Parole Board whenever the prison system population is in excess of 95% of operating capacity in order to take the appropriate actions to either reduce prison system population or expand the operating capacity. If there are no questions, I ask that the bill be passed by the usual morning roll call or evening roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none. Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Or no? Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. 81, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2050, corrections, extend repealer on intensive supervision program and electronic home detention.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senator makes the usual motion.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also ask that we allow Senator Brumfield to explain the bill.
Senator Brumfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, this Senate Bill 2050, this bill extends the automatic repealer of the Intensive Supervision Program and Electronic Home Detention Program under the Department of Correction from July 1st, 2025 to July 1, 2029. The Intensive Supervision Program may be used by DOC as an alternative to incarceration for offenders who are not convicted of a crime of violence, with the exception of a sex crime. Participants in the Intensive Supervision Program shall participate with the approved electronic monitoring device designed by the department. That's an explanation of the bill. I ask that if there are no further questions, I ask that the bill be passed by the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. 82, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass and retain on items 82, 83, 84, and 85 on today's calendar.
Pass and retain through 85. Senator Suber. For what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Up in the South Gallery, we have Denny Terrell and Joe Cloyd, who are members of our Outdoor Stewardship Trust Board. Welcome to your Mississippi State Senate.
Thank you. You're doing a great job for no pay, so thank you very much. Both of you, we appreciate you. I don't know who the guy is next to you, but whatever. All right, Senator Wiggins.
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed, sir.
I, too, was going to introduce Joe Cloyd as an Ocean Springs resident and former Ocean Springs school board member. So thank you, Joe.
Good to see you. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. We'll move back to the calendar. Senator Carter.
Thank you. I'm going to pass and retain item 86, get item 87 on today's calendar and have the title read.
86 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title on 87.
Senate Bill number 2368, natural gas pipeline safety standard, amend penalties.
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Recognized to explain the bill.
You're recognized.
Okay, so Senate Bill 2368, this is dealing with the National Gas Pipeline Safety Standard. Currently, the penalties and statute are much less than what the federal statute requires. If we do not change them to mirror the federal requirements, then the feds can take over our pipeline safety program. So if you look on lines 15 through 17, it just states that we're going to take on the federal penalties. The existing penalties are $1,000 a day, not to exceed a total of $200,000, and we're changing it to $200,000 for each violation, up to a total of $2 million. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator Carter?
Yes.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question on the bill.
So currently, prior to passing this bill, the federal penalties are greater than the state of Mississippi's?
They are. And
so we're conforming?
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Other questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Carter.
Passage on the use of morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Carter's vote no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. 88, Senator Carter.
Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2866, local governments and rural water systems improvements, revolving loan and grant programs, add PRV WSD.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a simple change on lines 14 and 15. This adds the Pearl River Valley Water Supply District to this statute, and it gives them the ability to apply to the revolving loan and grant fund for capital improvement if needed.
and I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator Carter?
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Younger? Senator Younger? Pass and retain. 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. Senator Johnson? Senator Johnson? Pass and retain items 94 to 96. Senator McCon? We're on 97, Senate.
Mr. President, I'd ask that we call up item number 97 on today's docket, Senate Bill number 2008.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2008, carbon lease is required to be filed in the land record when separated from surface rates.
I would make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Mr. President, there's a committee sub on this, so I would move that we adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and ask to be recognized to
You're
explain.
recognized to explain the committee's substitute.
All right, so this is very simple. It just says in the area of forestry and sequestration that a notice of conveyance of an interest related to a carbon credit or carbon sequestration shall be recorded in the land records, just so there's notice out there. As people are doing their searches for minerals and what have you, when they're selling timber, if there's a carbon sequestration lease out there, then it just is a notice. Doesn't say anything about the amount, the length of time, the amount of the lease or anything of that nature. It's just a notice. So those people running the title work know it's out there because those are actually assigned with a lot of the contracts out there for forestry. I would entertain questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill?
If there's not any, I would move that we adopt the committee sub.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator McCon? Senator Hobson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McCon. I just want to make sure that we know what needs to be done with respect to the filing of a document where you have a carbon, is this carbon sequestration or is this carbon, the conservation carbon?
So these are actually going to be sequestration. Generally, these are, you've got several companies out there that are utilizing trees and buying your credits off those trees that are growing each year. But when you go out there and cut that timber, that's actually got to be assigned over because now you've sold those trees, which is where your sequestration credits would come from.
So this is the for the carbon tax credits, if I'm understanding your explanation.
No, sir. These are just your leases. On your property, you can actually, well, it's going to eventually relate to the tax credits, but the general landowner has no interest in that. The people buying those leases are leasing up the property for carbon purposes. There's a lease that's going to go out there. The problem is there's not an ability to know what's out there because there's nothing of record. And we don't believe that you should be out there putting the entire lease of record, just like a trust. Trust should not be a record, but a notice of trust or a trust instrument, memorandum of trust is out there. And it's going to be same provisions of any other filing. You know, there's certain provisions have to be out there, name, grantor, grantee, lessor, lessee.
Is this going to be like an oil, gas, mineral lease?
It would be.
It'll be recorded the same way.
Exactly.
Would it be recorded in the oil, gas, and mineral records, or would it be recorded in the deed records, deed of trust records?
So generally, though, a lot of these are actually just commingled among the land records, Mr. Chairman, as you just have a reference as an oil, gas, mineral lease or as a deed. There are some counties that have them split where you have deeds and deeds of trust separate and oil, gas, and mineral. As long as it's recorded in the records of the Chancery Clerk, I think it would comply with the provisions herein.
What about for entities or individuals that own the property right now and have reserved in their contracts to keep whatever carbon rights they have? If they've got I think some are doing this now where they reserve the right for either storage or pore spaces. They don't typically have anything filed, but they reserve it in their contract when they sell the land How is that?
This
gonna
would be a notice
recorded?
of conveyance only. We're not talking about the reservation within that deed. If the reservation is in there, then the reservation remains. But if you were to enter into a lease and that'd be a conveyance therein, I think it's only fair that it actually becomes of notice so that the title attorneys and those coming thereafter know whether there's one there or not.
Yeah, and I may be missing a step, and I apologize. It's the first I've seen this bill, and I just want to make sure that we don't get tripped up on this. And if I reserve the rights, if I'm a landowner, I reserve the rights, I sell my property to somebody else, how are they going to know that I've reserved my poor interests or carbon storage rights in the land?
So you would be reserving that just as you would any other mineral interest. If I deed property to you and reserve the oil, gas, and minerals therein, that's a reservation. There's not got to be a separate instrument there.
But I would have to, that would be reserved in the deed, correct?
It would be reserved in the deed.
And boy, you know, when you do deed checks, a lot of times you don't check, you just check the ownership. You don't check the reservation. So I guess now you're gonna have to check back on every reservation for every deed in the past on that issue. If you don't have an oil and gas, because typically most people exclude oil, gas, and mineral in title opinions. I guess in your title opinion, you could also exclude that too, I suppose?
You could very easily do that. The thing to remember here, though, is this sequestration is from the ground. The tree itself is pulling that back in. And carbon has been mentioned as a bad word, but people forget that the basis of life is carbon. We're all eventually going to be a part of carbon. Everything in this building's got a carbon entity at the bottom side of it. So I think we forget that. All we're really talking about here are the trees. I mean, that's where this lease is coming from, the carbon sequestration therein.
Well, that's a little bit different than what, I mean, there are two things. It's the tree carbon sequestration or capture, but then you've got the carbon storage.
That's right.
And I know some people have leased their property and the pore space for carbon storage for companies that use that for tertiary oil recovery and other things of that nature. So,
and I've spoken with the industries. They've come in and we've sat down and had a discussion about this, including those several oil and gas attorneys have come in, and they're content with this because all it says is a notice out there, and as they said, best practice for them is to file it anyway.
okay. I think this is one. If this goes forward, there's gonna have to be a lot of announcements for a lot of people. Otherwise, there are going to be many folks that get tripped up on this. If you're telling me that they've got to record every time, that's what I think I heard you say is you got to record.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't agree with you that we're looking at causing.
I'm basing on what you told me,
trouble.
or what I think you told me, and if I misunderstood you, I apologize.
And I'll be happy to discuss it with you more. And as it moves forward in the process, if you think there needs to be something else, I'll be happy to get it to the chairman on the other side for us to move that in. This began as a much larger bill that was brought back down to just a notice provision. I do not believe, just as any other mineral interest, that you're looking at a point where you would have to sever and file something separate with a deed.
Okay, I thought you said that you did have to have something filed of record.
If you entered into a carbon sequestration lease, you would.
Okay. Look, I apologize for the difficult questions, and maybe I'm just misunderstanding the bill, but I do, before this makes it too far down the line, I think I need a better explanation of what's being attempted here, because I think for a lot of people that work in that industry, a lot of us that do real estate work need to know exactly what's required here, and I would appreciate the time on that.
Mr. Chairman, I have no problem discussing it further with you. As a real estate attorney myself, I do not believe that we're going, and I believe this is maybe going too far in the weeds, that's not the intent of the eventual bill.
Thank you, Senator McConnell.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question?
Please, Senator McConnell, will you yield for a question?
I will.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
I'm like Senator Hobson. I'm a little bit confused and don't have a whole lot of knowledge on this subject. But I guess the first thing for me to figure out what this is doing, where is it coming from? Where's the bill coming from? Who wants it? Who's supporting it? Who's brought it to the table?
Madam Chair, I appreciate your questions there, but at the end of the day, I don't have to have another industry that requests a bill herein.
You don't?
But what I do know,
if you do.
If you'll please let me finish. I do know that as I've gotten closer and further into this industry, you have a new thing with the carbon sequestration credits. And those do involve companies like NCX, which didn't even talk to me about this, who do come in and lease your carbon sequestration through your trees. All we're trying to do here is to make sure that everybody knows that is technically a mineral interest, that a notice should be filed therein. And then if you go sell your trees, at that point, that lease somebody should at least know about it, because that company may or may not require you to assign that lease.
I understand it better after you made that statement, and it was no disrespect to my desk mate to ask you that. It's just to help me understand the bill. Because when you say conveyance and you talk about carbon sequestration, we have eminent domain exceptions for carbon sequestration pipelines to go across people's property. So I guess what I was thinking about, not just trees, is that this could affect is whether you would have to record on your deed that you've got some type of eminent domain going on, and that there may be a pipeline on your property before you sell it. That's just kind of what I was thinking about.
And I appreciate your thought process. As always, being your desk mate, you provide a lot of different areas that I look at. I think that's going
So
way
this doesn't have
outside
anything to do with
of
it.
that.
Yeah.
Now, as we do have two great pipelines coming in East Mississippi, one thing that would be crucial is if it goes through your property and it's going to destroy those trees down through there, they should know that there's a lease out there on those, and you should be compensated for that loss of revenue there on your lease. And all I'm saying is, at the end of the day, there should just be notice out there. For then, what you do with your property, I am a private property rights person, everybody knows that. So I believe you should be able to do what you want to with it from that point.
Well, I think if this encourages people to plant trees and protects their interest in trees, if that's the intent of it, because you're making, you're taking up carbon with your trees is what you're doing.
That's right.
So, that's why I never have understood why people want to chop all the trees down. But I just wanted to make sure that I understood. So all it is you've got to record this thing if you've got a carbon credit because of your trees, basically.
If you've got a lease on that, where they're utilizing that sequestration for credits, yes.
And
ma'am.
even for pine trees, which are needles, you can still do
ma'am.
that on pine trees. So that's how your foresters would potentially want to have a notice in there if they have a lease, especially
right.
if you're going to transfer the property, right?
That's right. If you convey that property and you're conveying your lease therein, at least you know that it's out there.
So do they get to keep that if they transfer the property, if they record it? Do they get to keep that?
It depends, and you'd have to talk to your learned property attorneys that are around. You got several of those around you. If you wanted to sever that and keep it yourself, that's a reservation.
Because that's totally, like mineral rights don't necessarily go along with surface rights. I'm just wondering if we're creating a new class with this, or if it's just an addition to recording something to make it clear when you sell a piece of property.
It's just to make it clear, and generally it's going to be interpreted very similar to the mineral interest therein. So if you consider it like a mineral interest, I think you're very much.
So this would require the property owner to do it if they have such a lease, correct?
So what's going to require is that person who's leasing that from you, they're going to record a notice of that lease out there.
So they'll do it themselves. Property owner won't do it. So they'll just go to the courthouse and record it on the deed.
That's all. It's not even going on the deed. They're just going to record it in the land records.
Okay, I think I understand it now.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your line of questioning. I hope that cleared up a lot for everybody.
I think it did, if it only has to do with trees and not storage and not pipelines.
We're not. If you see, it's the sequestration down here that we're talking about. And like I said, as I told Senator Hobson, we'll be happy to continue work with you, Madam. Any other questions, Mr. President?
Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Williams, recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Senator McCon, for digging into this. And I don't want to berate this, but as y'all were talking, it occurred to me, the sequestration, does it speak to the trees on the property or the property itself? The reason I ask that is I actually did this with some of my property, and it was for the life of the forest, and they took into age and everything because of the carbon sequestration. If you do it for the trees, there's a finite life to that conveyance. If you do it for the property, there may not be. Does it speak to one or the other?
So, and I think that's getting a little bit further in, that if you've leased the life of your trees, being a 20 or 30-year lifespan on that tree, generally a 30-year time period from the time you plant it with your thinnings come in there, then that means that lease is out there for 30 years. And all we're talking about is, I don't care how long your lease is. It could be for 30 years, it could be for 10 years, it could be for as long as, for the life of the property, but we don't want to get into those life and beings. It's just to file a notice that there's one on that property. So that if you were to sell it, that person that's buying it from you should know that there's a lease out there.
Okay.
I don't care how long it is. There's nothing about limiting anything on anybody. It's just to give a notice that there is one out there, because the person buying it may want to lease that up with the company themselves and not know that you've already leased it.
What you're doing means I would know there's something's out there, and I need to go investigate as to what that is, because that could take on, as this thing kind of matures, I think it could take on different paths. That's not the objective of your legislation, just awareness that there is something.
Awareness, their lease. I know that you deal in real estate a good bit, and you would like to know, if you're buying a piece of property, whether all the carbon sequestration that has been leases are on that property, and whether it's going to diminish your value of that property.
It's a point of monetization if you're buying or selling. So.
That's correct. I appreciate your line of questioning. It really helped clear up a lot.
Yes, sir, and thank you for doing this.
Yes, sir.
Senator Seymour.
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Seymour, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, as far as this sequestration, we're talking just topical. We're not talking about if a company was going to do deep well.
No, I believe you're actually going to get in much more of your mineral interest there, and especially if you have some of the salt shells underneath that they're doing, packing away some of the carbon and things of that nature.
So we're not affecting any of the.
So as I talked to the Oil and Gas Association and their people, they were content with this language, that it did not affect what they were concerned about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Seeing none?
I have asked for us to adopt the committee sub, Mr. President.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I would move for final passage based upon the use of the morning roll call.
Final passage for use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? The court is voting no. Present? Seeing none. Bill passed by use of morning roll call. Senator Delano, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
For an introduction.
Would you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, direct your attention to the South Gallery. We've got a couple of D'Iberville City Council members, Gerald Burdine and Boots Diaz. They're there with the City of D'Iberville's best city manager they've ever had, which is from Bobby Weaver. And they've got a youth council with them, and they're youth from the D'Iberville area. They represent a couple of schools down there on the coast, but they're here to see good work today. They're disappointed that they were not able to see the senior senator from Harrison County present a bill today, but they are glad to see you and all of us here. So thank you. Make them feel welcome.
Okay, go to item 98. Senator McCon.
Mr. President, I would ask that item 98, Senate Bill 2019, that the title be called up and title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2019, Forest Facility Grant Program, bring forward.
Mr. President, I would make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, there's a committee sub. I would move that we adopt the committee sub and be asked to recognize to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
So all we're doing in this is a great bill that we've worked through over the number of years. If you look at this bill, there's very few changes in it. We brought it up just because it's now been implemented, and it has now been implemented, and we are seeing the fruits of our labor. If you look at line 52 and 53, we're just moving the number from 50 acres to 25 acres on an existing wood use facility. And then there's one other spot where Corbin and I have discussed this, where we basically just said, we took out the number 10 million and just said with funds provided by the legislature. That's going to be on line 90. There's not any other changes on that. That's just to be sure that we have areas and businesses that come in here to allow them to be able to utilize this program. It's still at $5 million. I understand we're going to have a couple that potentially should get approved by this committee that's implementing this forestry facility grant program. Mr. Cork at MDA has been able to get that set up and running, and I think that we're going to utilize couple million out of that this year. We want to be sure that we continue to move that forward. So, Mr. President, I will entertain questions at this time.
Are there any questions? No questions, Senator?
If not, I move that we adopt the committee sub.
Senator moves to adopt the committee sub. Any objection? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr.
Committee
President.
sub's adopted. Senator?
I would recommend use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator suggests use of morning roll call, final passage. Any senator object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye.
Mr. President, I would ask that we skip item number 99 and that it retain its place on the calendar.
We'll pass and retain item 99. Senator Bryan, 100. 101, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, we'll pass and retain those items. Go to 105 and pass and retain, and go to item 106, Senator Turner Ford. Pass and retain. Drug policy 107, pass and retain. 108, Senator Chazanall. We will pass and retain. 109, tourism will also pass and retain. Senator Parker, 110. This first part's easy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 110, Senate Bill 2078, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2078, State Board of Funeral Services, extend the repeal thereof.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is it simply extends the repealer on the State Board of Funeral Services on line 1339 until July 1 of 2029. That's all the bill does. I yield for questions.
Senator Barnett, do you have a question or you wish to be recognized at a later point?
Wish to be recognized for an introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Can you hold on? We're just about to vote, and then I'll call on. All right, Senator Parker, your motion.
Seeing no questions, my motion is adoption by use of morning roll call.
Senator suggests use morning roll call. Any objection? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is passed. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we would direct our attention to the North Gallery on behalf of Senator Robinson and myself, we would like for Mr. Greg Gibbs, if you would stand. He's the CEO of South Central and Covenant Counties Hospital, if I'm not mistaken, and probably some others. So let's make him welcome to our state capital.
You want to take one away? Do that one, and then I'll do the next one. Okay. Welcome to your Senate. Okay. Senator DeBar, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the North Gallery is the other Greg, Greg Habbard. If you'll stand, Greg is the CEO of Georgia Regional Health System out of Loosedale. If he'd stand in the Senate, make him welcome.
Welcome to your Senate. Okay, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 111, Senate Bill 2079. Call that up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2079, Public Contracts for Energy Efficiency Services, extend the repeal thereof.
Senator Parker.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Any objections? All in favor say aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is it extends the repealer on the energy efficient equipment or service contract bill. I looked into this bill because I wasn't familiar with this law, but what it does is it just requires institutions to give reports back on equipment they use to see if the equipment they were purchasing and using is the most efficient as a cost savings type of entity. It has nothing to do with requirement of a type or anything like that, but it's just trying to make sure that as purchases are made, there's an interest to try to achieve cost savings by the best use of the taxpayers' dollars. So that's all it does, extends the repealer in line 269 until the year 2029. Yield for questions. If there are none, I move passage by the use of morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves request or has requested use of morning roll call final passage. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill will be reported. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 112, Senate Bill 2080. Call that up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2080, telework policies of state agencies, extend the repeal thereof.
Make the usual motion.
The chairman makes the usual motion. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. You may proceed,
Thank
Chairman.
you, Mr. President. What Senate Bill 2080 does is it extends the repealer on the telework policies that we have in place for state agencies. In looking into this, I've had some conversations and also noticed yesterday at the end that there's another bill, I believe in Senator Sparks' committee with the same kind of thing. So what our intent here is, or what mine is, since I did not get a chance yet to speak to Senator Sparks, is I'd like to offer an amendment in a moment to include a reverse repealer. I think there may be some changes that we might need to make to the remote work or telework policy, and look forward to working with the State Personnel Board and Senator Sparks to see what vehicle is the best to make that happen. So yield for questions on the bill, and after questions, I'll have that amendment.
Are there any questions? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had the Personnel Board come and speak to one of our committees about telework and what have you. So what does the policy say that we're extending?
So what we did, if you remember, initially in COVID, we gave a pretty broad kind of definition of telework, and then 2 years later, we tightened that up and we made it much more difficult to use that in our state. I think it's time to tighten it more, and I think there's some language that is going to do that. So what you have in front of you is our existing law. And
so it's a vehicle?
It's a vehicle. And
It's a
what
vehicle.
I'm about to offer is a reverse repealer. And what I'm not sure of is, because we have a similar bill in Senator Sparks' committee, I'm not sure if we're going to use this or the other.
Okay.
When we did do the telework bill before, I was chair of the committee that handled that. So I am familiar with kind of our need to, there are some professions in our state agencies, for example, at DEQ in particular, where remote work actually allows them to get certain workers that they feel they could not get if they did not have that provision due to technology and different things that they have in the engineering field. And so there are going to be some times where remote work is probably still going to be necessary, but there are probably also some times where remote work now could be curtailed and we could get people back into buildings doing that work.
The main concern I have is I don't want to extend it.
Right.
I don't want to broaden it, or I don't want to extend it. If your intent's to tighten it up, I'm okay with that. But I guess my other question from what DEQ told you, we're short of qualified engineers in the state of Mississippi, so they're having to telework from other states or from other parts of Mississippi.
That was what I was told 2 years ago, so I can't remember where they were working from.
Okay.
But I do remember at that time talking to the commissioner or executive director of DEQ, and that was a concern that he had at the time.
I agree, and I think because you used to be workforce development, and I think you did a really good job. I think we need to look at the stats on how many of our own residents are getting through these engineering schools. Now we have them state, Ole Miss. We got them in more places. We got them on the south end of the state. So I think that is definitely something we need to look at too. And that brought up a good point.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, if there are not further questions, I believe the staff has the amendment that I will propose at the desk.
There are no other questions at this time, so yes, we'll go to the amendment.
So the amendment simply adds a reverse repealer at the end of the bill and move adoption of the amendment.
The chairman moves adoption of the amendment by the morning roll call. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Amendment passes.
So now back on the original bill as amended, I would move passage by the use of the morning roll call.
The senator has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all those voting present on the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill passes. All right, next item, item 112.
Mr. President, we just passed 112. I'd like to pass on item 113, go to item 114, Senate Bill 2847. Call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2847, state agencies require notice of certain consent decrees and revised provision related to Department of Audit.
Senator Parker.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the end of my comments here, I'm going to have a special motion, so please pay attention for that at the end. But I rise today to present Senate Bill 2847, which has attracted a lot of attention recently. Some have called this the auditor's corruption bill, and others have tied it to the lieutenant governor. But to be clear, the origins of this bill lie in concerns that arose from a specific situation involving a local case, one that revealed issues I believe we must address. In committee, I shared the story of a recent incident that brought this issue to the forefront. A person was arrested for unemployment fraud during COVID. A large press conference was held to announce the arrest, but that same person was released the next day. Shortly after, he and his attorney held a press conference to give his side of the story. The attorney explained that his client had filed for unemployment during the pandemic. Yes, the client had failed to report some additional income earned through public service, but when the issue was identified, the client paid back all of the funds to the Mississippi Department of Employment Security, MDS. Curious to know more, I called MDS to verify the attorney's claims. What I found was concerning. MDS confirmed the facts of the attorney's story and notably told me that no one from the auditor's office had contacted them before the arrest. This raised red flags for me. Wanting to discuss this further, I reached out to the auditor. Our conversation did not go as expected. I shared my concern, but the auditor was not interested in hearing them. Instead, he insisted I reveal who I spoke to at MDS. When I declined, he became agitated and shouted, "He is a criminal and needs to be in jail." At that point, I ended the call and have not spoken to him since. Although this may be his opinion, until the accused is given their due process, they should not be assumed to be guilty by the auditor or anyone else. This experience left me deeply concerned, not just about the handling of this case, but about the broader implications. A rush to arrest someone, publicize a mugshot, and hold a press conference before all facts are gathered can do serious harm. That's why I brought this bill forward. The portion of the bill concerning the auditor's issue in Senate Bill 2847 does two main things. It requires more audits be done by the auditor's office by removing the discretionary language currently in the law, and it mandates that the auditor bring suit in collaboration with the Attorney General's office, ensuring additional oversight and accountability. I was fully prepared to bring this bill to the floor for questions only today. However, over the weekend, I received an interesting correspondence. I was warned that discussing this case could be considered jury tampering and that I should keep my opinions to myself. I've spoken to our attorneys, and this is not the case. It is our duty as legislators to bring attention to wrongdoing or miscarriage of justice via legislation. However, let me be clear. I take this warning seriously. I do not wish to be arrested or have my own mugshot taken simply for proposing legislation aimed at ensuring fairness and due process. This bill is not about personal attacks or political agendas. It's about making sure our system is fair, balanced, and transparent for all Mississippians, and that we don't rush to judgment in ways that can damage lives. I'm not sure why the auditor has characterized this as an attack on other issues. It is not related to other issues, but has been construed that way over and over on social media. So let me be clear, this was to clear up this issue once and for all. However, as I've told you, I don't want to go to jail for bringing up a law or proposing a law, and so I don't want people in this chamber to be put in a difficult vote on this situation, and so I wanted to bring this to your attention. My motion today is that we table this bill and move it to the heel of the calendar. Yield for questions.
Questions? Seeing no questions, the motion is to table the bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the bill is tabled. Thank you, Senator Parker. We'll go to item 115. Senator Parker.
Pass and retain on the next few AET issues.
Okay, we'll pass and retain on 115, 116, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and we'll go to insurance. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that we pass item 122 and it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 123 and ask that the title be read.
The chairman passes item 122. Go to item 123. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2401, Study Committee on Certification of Health Benefit Plans and Insurers create.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Chairman makes the usual motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay.
I ask that Senator McClendon be recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What Senate Bill 2401 does...
Senator McClendon, we have Senator Fillingane. You'd like to be recognized?
I had a parliamentary inquiry at the proper time.
Okay. We'll recognize you at the proper time. Senator McClendon, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. What this bill does, it creates a study committee on the matter of certification of health benefit plans and health insurance. It insures. It does not limit to the health benefit plans provided for financing delivery of health care services to person enrolled in such plans. Study committee shall make and file a report of its findings and recommendations, including any recommended legislation, with the clerk, the House of Representatives, and the Secretary of the Senate, no later than December 1st of 2025. The committee will be formed of 3 members appointed by the Lieutenant Governor, one which will be the chairman of insurance, the other chairman of public health, and one shall be a medical doctor or other physician member of the Mississippi State Medical Association. 3 members of the Speaker of the House may appoint. One of those will be the House Insurance Chairman, the other chairman of House Public Health, and the other a medical doctor or other physician member of the Mississippi Independent Physician Practice Association. 3 members appointed by the governor, one of whom shall be the executive director, Department of Finance and Administration, or one of his or her assignees. Also, the Commissioner of Insurance will have an appointee or designee, Chairman of the Mississippi State Board of Health or his assignee. And what they're going to do, the study committee shall study and make recommendations regarding the matter of certification of the health plans, health insurers, including but not limited to health benefit plans that provide financing or delivery of the health care. And with that, I yield. Any questions?
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question.
I do have. I don't have any problem with you studying whatever this is, but I'm having a little problem figuring out an example of who we're studying because it says financing and delivery. So what entities would we be studying as far as the certification? Can you give me an example of some entity? Would it be an insurance company? Would it be a...
we're going to look at those that insure, which would be insurance companies,
okay,
as well as the health insurers, the self-insurers, and any of those in the health insurance market.
Because what threw me off is the word financing, because I don't think they finance health care. They might price it, and deliver it, but I don't know that any insurance company that I know of finances healthcare. You pay them and then they pay back. But I guess financing could be part of reimbursement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, Senator Fillingane, you're recognized for your parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just curious on the prior motion to table the prior bill on the calendar. It doesn't go to the hill of the calendar, I don't believe. It just kills the bill. Is that correct?
Senator Fillingane, the motion we thought was to table, his motion was to table the bill.
Right.
And then he said, and put on the hill of the calendar. But if you table the bill, it's actually a killing motion.
Right.
So you can't move it to the hill of the calendar.
That was my curiosity.
So the
it's-
bill,
that bill
actually
is
the
dead.
bill's dead. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Any other questions? Mr. Senator, what's your motion?
My motion is passed by the use of the morning roll call.
The senator has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing no, please record all those present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes.
I'm sorry. Keep going. Where are you?
We're on item number 124, Mr. Chairman.
Would President Wiggins consider it a friendly motion that we go into committee of the whole for immediate consideration of redoing the whole state tax code?
That is a very unfriendly motion, and you are out of
Then I
order
won't
for
make
that.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask that we pass item 124 and it retain its place on the calendar. We go to item 125 and ask that the title be read.
We go to item 125. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill number 2415, Health Insurance and Employee Benefits Plan, extend repeal on mandated coverage for telemedicine services.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
The chairman makes the usual motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that Senator Boyd be recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before you is a bill that simply removes the repealer on telemedicine services. As many of you remember, we passed a comprehensive telemedicine bill which required coverage, particularly during the pandemic, of telemedicine. It's been a tremendous success. It has enhanced coverage in the rural parts of our states greatly, and particularly those for specialty issues and those for psychiatric issues. So that is a simple explanation of the bill. I'm happy to take questions, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move to adopt the committee substitute.
The motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The committee substitute's adopted.
And I move for final passage on the morning roll call.
The senator moves for final passage on the morning roll call. Does any senator object? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all those present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Item 126, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to Senate Bill 2712, item 126, that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2712, Protecting Patient Access to Physician-Administered Drugs Act, create.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Chairman makes the usual motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The ayes have it.
I ask that we recognize Senator Boyd to explain the bill.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the bill.
What this bill does is it prohibits the white and brown bagging of physician-administered drugs in Mississippi. Now, if you're not familiar with those terms, what white bagging does, the insurer or PBM in those situations are requiring the treatment, the physician-administered drug be procured from a specialty pharmacy that's often affiliated with the insurance company or their PBM and then sent to the hospital for administration to the patient. We've had a number of our oncologists speak out, a number of our hospitals, that this has delayed treatment substantially because you have to procure the drug. Instead of being able to give the drug that they often have in those pharmacies, you have to wait a substantial period of time for this to be done. In brown bagging, the insurer the PBM requires the treatment to be procured from a specialty pharmacy, again, often affiliated from the PBM, and then sent to the patient, who then has to bring the treatment to the hospital for administration to the patient or to an outpatient facility of some type. As you can imagine, in the rural parts of our state, particularly with our rural mail carriers and different stuff like that, you can have tremendous problems with this issue. There's chain of custody issue, there's safety concerns, especially with having to leave medications outside and hot, especially with our elderly patients. It delays treatment because of delays in the mail. And so this increases the cost of care, oftentimes in situations. So our neighboring states of Louisiana and Arkansas have adopted the very similar legislation, and we've modeled our legislation off of this that we're asking to pass today. So anyway, the bill outlines, gives all the definitions of it, and then also outlines that violations of this act will come under the Consumer Protection Act, and so it adds an addition that this comes under the Consumer Protection Act. So therefore, those issues would be filed there. So that's a simple explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer any questions.
See a couple questions. Senator Younger, you're recognized.
Introduction out of order sometime.
You're recognized.
In the South Gallery, we have Mike Armour, who represents Roger Wicker's office. Please give him a big welcome, everybody.
Senator Hill, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Boyd, is this just for drugs, or would it include like medical devices or other things?
This is strictly for physician-administered drugs. That's not like for your regular hypertension medicine.
So this is just
fine.
like the ones that they have to do through IV or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. I think this is probably a good bill. I think that we may need to look in the future at adding physician-prescribed medical devices and other things to this, because the excuse thrown out there is medical necessity is not met. Have you heard that?
I have heard of that.
Okay. Would you be surprised for me to tell you that after my husband has been an amputee for almost 19 years, this is not the state plan, but it's a Blue Cross plan out of Alabama, would you be surprised that when he was trying to get his third leg, because they typically last 5 years, and they're fairly expensive, both times that he got a replacement, well, the first time they said he didn't meet medical necessity. Okay, so we fought and finally got that one approved. But on the second and third legs, would you be surprised that after they'd already bought 1 and 2, that they sent me the same letter that said he didn't meet medical necessity? They just spit it out of a computer and sent it to me without even apparently looking at it, because they'd already bought 2. But they said he didn't meet medical necessity. Would you be surprised?
Unfortunately, I wouldn't be.
Well, it happens. So anybody that thinks it doesn't, I'm just telling you, it's been spit out of a computer. They're not looking at the patient. They're not looking at anything. They're not even looking at their past records of what they bought. Because if he didn't meet medical necessity the first and second time and they bought a leg, then they sent me the same letter the third time. I was like, it proved it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, and you may have mentioned this, but did you say that this bill has any application as it relates to specialty drugs or drugs for rare diseases? Did you say anything along those lines?
No, Senator Turner Ford, I did not.
Okay, and so is this just, you said it's not for the typical high blood pressure scenario. What is the application of it?
The application noise, it would be for a special, like for a drug that's, what this is going to come into play is a drug usually that's an IV drug, that's a physician administered drug. So it's something that a physician, like, that you can't give like orally, like something that requires special medical training to give that drug.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, you have a motion, Senator?
Yes, sir, and move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
The senator has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there any objection? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no?
Thank you.
Seeing none, please record all those present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Go to item number 127, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, I'd like to pass item 127 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
We'll pass item 127, retain its place on the calendar. Go to item 129. Senator Barrett.
How about 128?
Oh, I'm sorry, 128. Excuse me. Substitute here. Okay. Senator Blackwell, 128.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 128, Senate Bill 2388. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2388, Medicaid and State Health Plan create provisions affecting parity and the prescription of pain medication.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
I move to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and ask to be able to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does, it's pain relief parity in Medicaid, and basically all it does is it requires the division to ensure that no non-opioid drug approved by the United States Food and Drug Administration for the treatment or management of pain shall be disadvantaged or discouraged with respect to coverage relative to any opioid or narcotic drug for the treatment or management of pain. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
See no questions at this time, Senator.
I move to adopt the committee substitute.
Senator moves to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee sub is adopted. Senator Blackwell.
Mr. President, if you'd give me a moment. Mr. President, I have amendment at the appropriate time.
You're recognized for an amendment.
What this amendment does is creates a new section, and that's, to my understanding, that's all it does. I'll yield for questions.
Okay, this is an amendment to the substitute. We have adopted substitute amendments, so this is an amendment to that. All right, are there any questions on his amendment, Senator Blackwell's amendment? You recognize, is that it, Senator Blackwell?
Yes, sir. I move for adoption of the amendment.
That moves for adoption of the amendment. No questions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Blackwell.
That move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of morning roll call for final passage. Is anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Bill is passed. Now we'll go to 129. Senator Barrett. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call up item 129, Senate Bill number 2250, and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill 2250, Asbestos Abatement Accreditation and Certification Act, recognize additional training in line with federal standards.
I'd make the usual motion.
Chairman makes the usual motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The ayes have it. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Are you sure you want to do that? Senator Delano, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2250 deals with asbestos abatement programs. As you know, when a property is found to have asbestos in it, you have to have a proper mitigation plan and remediation plan for the property to remove that. The EPA has some guidelines that are in place determining who are qualified to do these work. The state of Mississippi has a little bit of a different guideline than EPA's. And what this bill does is conform our language to the EPA national guidelines for those companies that are qualified to do this work. And it just brings us in line with what the current federal guidelines are. That's an explanation of the bill, and I will yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Seeing no questions, you have a motion.
Motion would be passage by the use of the morning roll call.
The senator has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does any senator object? Does any senator wish to be recorded as voting no? Please record all those present on the morning roll call as voting aye. The bill passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Thank y'all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator, very much for your help. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 130 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2434, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2434, local governments authorized to enter into intergovernmental support agreements with military branches.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Tate.
Yes, sir. I'd like to explain the bill.
Please proceed.
So Senate Bill 2434 is simple, one paragraph bill, the way every bill should be. Basically what this does is it allows for local governments to be able to go in and do improvements on our military installations. Anything that a municipality or county supervisor, road crew would do, paving, graveling, moving dirt, things like that. Federal law allowed for this to happen, and certain states have had to amend their laws to allow for this to happen, and it's happened in several states. This language tracks language that's been passed in several states, including Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Texas, Florida. And what this will do is it'll help our installations be able to save money by not having to go through all the federal red tape of being able to get those projects approved. And that's an explanation of the bill, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
Yes, sir. My motion is adoption by use of the morning roll call.
This morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Suber? Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 131, Senate Bill 2276. Now the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2276, open season, extend those ending on a Friday until 30 minutes after sunset on the following Sunday.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill and recognize Senator Michelle.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2020, several members of us who were on the Wildlife and Fisheries Committee were sitting around after a committee meeting, and it was at the first part of February, and we were lamenting the fact that it was a shame that the deer season had ended on a Friday and nobody had an opportunity to hunt that weekend. The season ends on January 31st, and about every 5 or 6 years that happens to fall on a Friday. So we drafted a bill, and it was a very popular bill. I believe it passed unanimously here in the Senate, that on hunting seasons that end on a Friday, that the Wildlife Commission may extend the season until 30 minutes after sunset on the following Sunday. The idea is that many of our constituents are weekend hunters. That's the only opportunity they have to get out to the woods, and the idea of loading up a four-wheeler and driving all the way to deer camp at the middle of the afternoon on a Friday and only getting to hunt a couple hours and have to turn around and come back was a shame. Well, we passed legislation that the commission may extend it, and so early part of January of this year, I was looking at my calendar and I said, the season ends on the 31st. I see the Wildlife Commission has not done anything to extend that to the Sunday afterwards. And I contacted the commission, and unfortunately, we had a new executive director and several new commissioners on the commission, and it got overlooked. And so what we've done is we have changed language in the legislation such that not that it becomes a responsibility of the commission, because it can happen again in 4 or 5 years if they forget. So this language says that the season shall extend until 30 minutes after sunset on the following Sunday. Section 2 deals with game birds. Section 3 deals with squirrel and rabbits. And Section 4, fur-bearing animals. That's simply what it does. It just changes it, taking it out of the subjectivity of the Wildlife Commission to making sure that it happens. I'd be glad to yield any questions. Mr. President, there was a motion to adopt the committee substitute, and I do move that we adopt the committee substitute.
Questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, you ready on your motion, Senator?
My motion is that we adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
I move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Suber.
Items 132 through 134 on a pass and retain.
Pass and retain 134. Senator Boyd. Senator Boyd.
If we could skip items 135 through 137 on today's calendar, and ask that we call up item 138, Senate Bill number 2518, and ask the title be read.
135 to 137 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the bill.
Senate Bill number 2518, public-private partnerships allow IHL Board to lease on behalf of public institutions of higher learning.
I'd ask to recognize Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is regarding this bill. Excuse me. We have a committee sub. We adopted the committee sub? Okay. Thank you. This is regarding P3 partnerships, public-private partnerships for IHL. This gives IHL the opportunity to work with our IHL members to establish P3 partnerships on their campus for projects such as housing, parking lot or parking garage facilities, dining halls, other retail developments, and spaces to benefit the Institute for Learning. The time period may be for a primary term of 45 years with 2 options to renew, not to exceed 10 years each, and then 1 additional opportunity to extend for 5 years. This is a bill that we've discussed quite a bit over the past couple of years, and this is the same plan that we had presented last year, but this provides it for the entire IHL system. And that's an explanation, a quick explanation of the bill, and I'll yield for the questions.
Questions on the substitute? We're on the committee sub, Senator. Question on the substitute? Seeing none?
I'll move for final passage.
One moment. Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, please, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, Senator Delano?
Absolutely.
Senator Blunt's recognized for a question on this substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Delano. I thought the current process was that an individual university would enter into negotiations subject to IHL, and then whatever they would agree to had to be approved by the board.
That's correct.
How is this different from that?
Well, from what my understanding and my limited history on dealing with this is that there wasn't a prescribed way for IHL to go about doing the leases, and I think that the legislature wanted to make sure that we put some guardrails in places for how that's to be used, especially regarding the time frame on the lease and limits on the time frame. And this gives the guardrails that we were asking IHL to use in assessing those individual leases or public-private partnerships, excuse me.
What is the current time frame? And I can't believe it would be longer than 70 years, which is what would be the maximum amount that the board could do under this proposal?
So I believe that there are only a few instances where P3s have been used in IHL, and I think that they had to come before the legislature. I think I remember one at Mississippi State University several years ago. But I believe that it has been customary in business to do leases up to 99 years, and I'm not sure exactly how IHL has viewed this in the past. I think it was this point, the point of this legislation is just to clearly specify this is the parameters of the lease, and we did not want it to go for a period of longer than that.
So the current law does not specify a length of term?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, Senator?
Move for final passage by use of morning roll call.
Nope, we got to adopt the committee sub first, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill now, Senator.
Now I'd like to go ahead and make final passage by the use of the morning roll
Use
call.
of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none? I'm sorry, Senator Polk? No. Polk? Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Polk voting no. Senator Boyd, you recognize?
Yes, sir. I'd like to call up item 139, Senate Bill 2519, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2519, Public-Private Partnerships allow IHL Board to lease on behalf of the University of Mississippi.
I'd ask that Senator Delano be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you recognize? We're on a committee substitute, sir. We need to adopt.
I'll go ahead and explain the committee sub.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the same bill that I just described to you that we just passed. This is the bill that was brought forward last year that had a very specific language for University of Mississippi. The terms of the lease are exactly the same as the general bill that we talked about before. This specific bill enumerates 4 sites on the 5 sites, excuse me, on Mississippi or the Ole Miss's campus where they want to do P3 partnership for specific projects. And the reason why this is here is, again, this was the bill that was brought up last year. Some of the IHL units wanted to have this bill that we passed before, so that's how it's presented today. We still wanted to have 2 vehicles moving forward since it originated in the Senate, and that is an explanation of the bill. I will yield for further questions.
Questions on the substitute? Questions, Senator Harkins? Pass. Questions on the substitute? Seeing none, we're ready to adopt the substitute, Senator?
Yes, I'd like to adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Now I'd like to move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Final passage by use of morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to procedure? Voting no. Polk, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seymour, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present. Present. Seeing none, the bill passed by use of morning roll call. 2 senators voting no. Senator Boyd.
Mr. President, I'd like to skip items 140 through 143 and retain their place on the calendar.
Retain the place on the calendar 140, 143. Senator Polk. Waves on, retain the calendar 144 to 147, 148, 149. One moment. 150, Senator England. Pass and retain. Senator Robinson. Pass and retain. Senator Blunt. Pass and retain. Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain. 157 through 163. Senator Wiggins. We're on 164, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass over 164 to 166. They retain their place on the calendar, and we go to item 167.
164 to 166, retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2886, Mississippi Domestic Violence Fatality Review Team Law Enact.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This comes to us via the Coalition of Domestic Violence Entities. What this is doing is establishing what's called a Fatality Review Board. We're one of only 5 states to not have that. What the review board does, puts it into statute, and then it allows for cooperation between law enforcement agencies throughout the state and entities. And let me say, it does not take away any jurisdiction from law enforcement agencies. It's simply cooperation. And what it will do is to allow these in homicides to get the information, and they study it. And for example, one of the issues is strangulation is a very, very big red flag that can lead to domestic violence homicide. And that's what the bill does. It puts certain members appointed by the governor, lieutenant governor, and Speaker of the House onto the Fatality Review Board, and then they look at that to determine what's the data behind this so that we can get to the domestic violence problem. And with that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of morning roll call is requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we pass 168 and 170, retain their place on the calendar. We go to item 171, Senate Bill 2792, and I'm going to ask that the Vice Chairman, Senator McCon, be allowed to explain the bill. Please.
168 to 170, retain their place on the calendar. 171, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill number 2792, Nonprofit Corporation, clarified penalty for failure to file annual report, repeal related provision.
Mr. President, I'd make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
We passed this out of this body, and this is just a cleanup bill. What you'll notice is on line 48. Previously, there was a listing the Secretary of State could make a determination as to whether nonprofit status. Secretary of State doesn't do that, so that was taken out, and it just says that anybody that fails to timely file is subject to administrative dissolution. There's another question that has come up on that as to whether churches have to do that. If your church is not a religious or a nonprofit corporation, then there's no filing requirement. If they're actually registered as a nonprofit corporation, then there is a filing requirement. Straightforward, just the definition of what it is. So if you're not registered, then that's not going to happen. This bill only cleans up that language right there on those two things. So I would entertain questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Senator Norwood. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator McCon?
Yes.
Senator Moore, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McCon, you have public and private nonprofits, so both would be required to.
If you are registered as a nonprofit, you would have to put that filing in there. Yes, sir.
Public or private?
Either way. But now remember that this takes into account if you're receiving public funds,
right,
that you would have to file.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McCon.
Further questions on the bill?
Other questions, I would suggest use the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Procedure, wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Simmons. Pass and retain 172 to 176. Senator DeBar. Pass and retain 177 through 191. Senator Delano. Pass and retain Senator Williams. Pass and retain 194 through 197. Senator Barnett. We're on 198, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to the item and have the title read.
198, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2051, Department of Corrections, esteem repeal on drug and alcohol program at Bolivar County Regional Facility.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Use your motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is just a repealer, to extend the repealer on a successful program that is we have been utilizing with the Corporation of Mississippi, MDOC, and the Bolivar County Regional Facility, Mr. President. That's the explanation of the bill. I'm open for any questions. If no questions, Mr. President, I ask that pass it up on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Pardon me?
Is it committee sub?
I'm sorry. Committee sub. So you have to opt that first. I didn't see that.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's no other questions, I ask that adoption up on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The following items on today's calendar involving correction, Mr. President. I ask that they be passed and returned their place on the calendar.
Pass and retain 199 and 203. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Senator DeBar. Pass and retain 204. Senator DeBar. Pass and retain. Senator Boyd. Pass and retain. Senator Tate. Pass and retain. Senator Carter. Pass and retain. Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Senator Pope. Pass and retain. Senator Parker. Pass and retain. Down to Senator Johnson. 219. Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Senator Barnett. Pass and retain. Senator Delano. Pass and retain. Senator Turner Ford. Pass and retain. Senator Fillingane. Pass and retain. 226 through 231. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain. Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley is recognized. Senator, we're on 233.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 233, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2266, sales tax required DOR to publish list of agricultural items eligible for exemption or reduced rate.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I'd like to recognize Senator Berry to explain.
Senator Berry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brief explanation of the bill. This simply compels the Department of Revenue to compile a list of items eligible for either exemption or reduced sales tax to holders of commercial farmers permits. There's some discrepancies across the state for our farmers of what is eligible and what is not for these reduced sales tax rates. So that is the explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Party voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Robinson. Pass and retain. Senator Tate. Senator Tate, we're on 235, Senate.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 235, Senate Bill 2052. Ask that that bill be called up in the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2052, disabled veterans license tags, authorized tags to be labeled.
I'll make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator Tate.
Yes, sir. I'd like to call on Senator Suber to explain the bill.
Senator Suber, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill allows anyone that's been rated as 100% permanently disabled to have their car tag where it actually says 100% disabled veteran. That's the extent of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move for adoption based on the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Clerk is voting no. Present. Bill passes unanimously. I'll use of the morning roll call. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blackwell on 237, Senate.
I'd like to go to item 237, Senate Bill 2874. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
2874, depression screening for birth mothers require healthcare professionals to administer and health insurance to cover.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Blackwell.
I move to adopt the committee sub and move the original bill and ask you to recognize Senator Boyd.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the committee's substitute.
This bill came out of the hearings that we have done on women, infant and children's that we've been having, and it's issues that we've been working with a number of the providers across the state. This bill does two things. It mandates that postpartum depression screening be covered by insurers, and then it also provides that step therapy cannot be used during treating postpartum depression during our Medicaid population. Postpartum is something that affects a tremendous amount of women. Postpartum is something that is a significant mental health issue. It's something very different than the baby blues that people always talk about. It affects 1 in 7 mothers. And if properly treated, it can be quickly remediated, but it requires proper treatment, and it requires effective screening. We have taken a long look at the population. As y'all know, that we have the highest mortality of maternal deaths in the country. We are making significant progress in this, but one of the things that does hit is these women who have this significant postpartum depression. So this is a bill that tries to make sure that we are addressing those issues. It is such a situation that Mississippi State Social Science Research Institute in December issued a report addressing the economic impact of postpartum depression in Mississippi. So it's a significant issue. Additionally, we have in this bill, we have prohibited from requiring, it's called step therapy. It's in mental health issues. This has been done in a number of our other southern states where they have eliminated this too, because what step therapy requires is that you gradually, that when you change medications, that you have to take it for a significant period of time, then go down to another and you don't have time for this when you have significant postpartum depression. So this is something that's been brought to us by a number of the OBGYNs, by a lot of our psychiatric community, and we're following the best practices of what we're doing in other states. That's a simple explanation of the bill. I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions on the bill, Senator Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. They would attempt to screen in the hospital first?
Yes.
And then after they left the hospital, would they attempt to screen then as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So how many times would they attempt?
My understanding is usually you're attempting at that screening in the hospital, and then usually you're attempting at that 6-week postpartum check-in that you have, that most mothers hopefully go to. We don't have sometimes the best amount of women going to those, but that would be that second time that they're really doing that screening.
Okay, and I think the bill says they can refuse the screening as well?
They can refuse the screening, absolutely. We're not mandating that women have to have it.
How much do you expect this screening will cost per patient?
I don't have the cost per patient, and I can get that information for you. And Senator Hill, I've been told that, but I'm going to be honest, I don't want to give you an accurate number of this.
I get that. Would it be a physician or what type of person? Paraprofessional or anybody?
It can be a physician, it could be a nurse, it could be a number of the healthcare providers. It's not limited just to the physician, from my understanding.
Okay.
And there's protocols spelled out for this. Just to let you know, this is something we brought up in Medicaid too, that you'll be pleased with as you're in the committee that's really, the study group that's really been looking at this. Medicaid, y'all will be glad to know, has done really a total revamp of their maternal health care program for women. And they have done a fantastic job of doing this. So
But we don't have a fiscal note to know exactly how much it'll cost. I mean, of course, we don't want any mother to have postpartum depression.
I'll be glad to get that for you.
Yeah, and I'm glad that if
Well-
it passes, I'm glad they're doing it after, they would attempt after they get home, because it doesn't kick in immediately.
Well, and let me say this, all of our managed care organizations, this doesn't cost any more for that. All of our managed care organizations are already doing this. Medicaid is providing that coverage within those managed care organizations automatically.
So who would we catch by putting this bill? Who's outside the managed care? I thought they had all of the grown people.
This bill, though, also on the depression screening would cover private insurers as well. I haven't had a private insurer yet tell me that they're not covering this, but this is to make sure that everyone is covering it. It's good policy for the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
You for a question,
Yes, sir.
Senator?
Yes,
Please
sir.
proceed, Senator McClendon.
Would we be expanding anyone's practice by them prescribing this medicine when you said midwives and that kind of thing?
No, there's no scope of practice expansion in this.
Thank you.
Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question, Mr.
Were
President.
you for a question, madam? Senator Turner, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. The screening, is it limited to 6 weeks, within the 6 weeks?
It's generally within, no ma'am, it's within those protocols. And because of that postpartum expansion that we have done, many of these women hopefully will be coming back during that year and kind of catching this. So this is limited. Some of the other states have actually even required it at the pediatric visits. We did not go so far into this legislation.
And does the legislation actually list a limitation as to when the screening can be administered?
It does not.
Is there one?
There is not one right now.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
yes.
Senator Hobson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Boyd. As it relates to the fiscal note, does that number that you'll get, or if you would, get that number on not only the screening, but also the medications for the period of time upon which they would be on any medicines that would be included? And I know you never know how many people will need that, but if there's some way based on historical information, would you be able to get that information?
Yes. So the two medications that are primarily used for breastfeeding mothers, one is $10 and one is $4. And those are the ones that are primarily used.
Okay, just trying to get a sense of what this is so we'll know on the Medicaid budget what this is going to do. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, please, madam. You're on a committee substitute, ma'am.
Yes. Can move to adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Move to adopt by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Those voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Blackwell?
I'd like to pass 238 and keep it spot on the calendar and go to item 239, Senate Bill 2898, as the title be read.
238 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2898, Non-Emergency Transportation Program, require peer committee to evaluate performance of 2 years after each new contract implementation.
I ask that you recognize Senator Younger to explain the bill.
Senator Younger, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a peer bill that we talked with over the summer. And what it does is it changes line 692, and it would require peer to perform its reviews every 2 years of the new contract for the transportation of the Division of Medicaid. Open for questions. If there are none, I'd like to make use of the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. We object to procedure. Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. Senator Blackwell.
I'd like to ask item 240 be passed and retain its position on the calendar. Go to item 240, Senate Bill 2396, and ask the title be read.
That's 241, Senator. 240 stays on, retains its place on the calendar. 241, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2396, Medicaid estate recovery, prohibit application to obtain funds from able accounts.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Back in 2019, some of you may remember we passed the ABLE Act, which stands for Achieve a Better Life Experience. And it was basically to set up accounts for individuals with disabilities so they can use those monies for school, for cars, specially adapted cars, computers, learning materials, etc. About 20 other states that have done this have, well, let me step back. Medicaid, because these folks are on Medicaid has the right to come back to their estate and claw back any funds that they have. And what this bill does is basically will prohibit that. There's 20 other states that already do this, and we're looking to be one of those, the 21st. That's explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Okay, Senator, thank you. Seeing no further questions?
Move for adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Thompson. Senator Thompson. We're on 242, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we go to item number 242, Senate Bill number 2003. Call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2003, boats and other vessels, update numbering requirements for compliance with federal regulations.
Make the usual motion.
The Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have a committee sub. I'm going to move to adopt the committee sub and ask that the body vote no so that we can go back to the original bill.
Your motion is to bring forward the committee substitute and ask the body to vote no to return to the original bill. Is that correct, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President.
That's the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
No.
All right.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed,
President.
Senator. We're back on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that Senator Ladner be recognized to explain.
Senator Ladner, you're recognized.
Yes, this bill is basically a Coast Guard asking for verbiage change. It doesn't change anything else with the bill, just code section change. It's simply asking for the Coast Guard for losing, it's recreational boats. If request the standards that if a chance of losing any safety grant, which will make us wildlife lose about 1.5 million a year. So it's just asking for code change. That's it. Any questions?
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, Senator.
I use the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Ladner. Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that item number 243 to pass and retain its place on the calendar, and then we go to item number 244 and call that up.
243 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2262, Public Trust Tidelands Assessment Fund, provide for authorized expenditures.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is in our Public Trust Tidelands Act. There were several references in the act to the Commission of Marine Resources. A few years ago, we made that commission advisory, and these funds have since been appropriated to and administered by the Department of Marine Resources. There are technical corrections throughout the bill at lines 27 through 30 to make the technical correction to delete the reference to commission and replace with the reference to the department. If there aren't any questions, I move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Procedure. Those voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, by use of the morning roll call, Senator, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. President. As to we go to item number 245, Senate Bill 2263, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Number 2263, approval of Oyster leases by the Mississippi Department of Marine Resources. Bring forward sections.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a committee sub that we made a few corrections in committee, or a few changes in committee. Number one, this is in our Oyster bottom lease code section. We deleted the authority of the department to grant leases to applicants who lacked experience in oyster harvesting or reef construction. And we also clarified what was our intent in originally passing the lease program, or the bottom lease program, that any bottom land that is not leased may be, the department may keep that area open to the public for fishing. That's on lines 130 or 198 to 200. That's a brief explanation of the committee sub. And if there are no questions, I move for adoption of the committee sub on the morning roll call.
Questions on the committee substitute? Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're on the bill, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Present or no? Present. Senator Tate, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. The bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt. Pass and retain. Senator Polk. Pass and retain 247 to 249. Senator Sparks. Pass and retain 250 through 255. Senator Barnett. Pass and retain Senator DeBar. Pass and retain Senator Michelle. We need the voting one. Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain. That goes to 262. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain Senator Boyd. Pass and retain 264 to 267. Senator Chasnaw. Pass and retain Senator McMahon. Senator McMahon, we're on 260.
Call up item 269 on today's calendar. Ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2446, public parking charges, prohibit certain municipalities from charging for attending courthouse or county building business.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
This is a general bill, but it will only deal with one municipality in the state. I ask you to turn your eyes to lines 24 through 35. And if your municipality has more than 145,000 people, there seems to be a problem in this particular city of 145,000+ where people are getting tickets when they're trying to do business at the courthouses. And this is Senator Horn's bill. He asked me to bring it up, and basically it just tells the municipal authority they can't issue any tickets or can't issue any parking meters around those areas. Are you up for any questions? If there aren't any questions, I'll move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
For a question, please.
You
Mr.
for a
President.
question, Senator.
I do.
Senator Blunt's recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McMahon. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. I think this is a good bill. I had the opportunity to talk briefly with Senator Horn about it this morning, and I know he's not here right now, but I would just say that I'd like to, I hope we can pass this bill right now, and I'd like to hold it on a motion and get with you and Senator Horn. There may be some more changes which we'd like to suggest to you and bring forward to the body to deal with the new app-driven parking meters that we have to encourage people not discourage people from coming to any city with more than 145,000 people. So I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I'll get with you either later today or early tomorrow morning.
I tried to go down and upload the app myself before I brought this out, and the app's not working. It's just total confusion. It's my understanding. We have some colleagues that have been issued tickets when they're trying to do, it's $20 parking ticket. If you want to put a reverse repealer in it, we'll move it on. We'll see it again. I'm happy to help you.
I'll be happy to talk to you about it. Okay. I just know that if my mother had to come downtown and park her car and download an app and create a username and password and put her credit card in there, and it's a mess. I appreciate you bringing this forward, and we'll talk, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Yeah.
On the bill now, Senator, no other questions. I see no other questions, sir.
Move for passage of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Object that procedure. Senator Blunt. I'm sorry, Senator Bryan objects. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. Senator Norwood, for what purpose? No question on the bill. Please proceed, Senator, Mr. Clerk.
Barnett. Barrett. Berry. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Brumfield. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingame. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McLendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Bryan. Butler. Carter. Chazanall. Chisholm. Delano. England. Harkins. Hickman. Horn. Johnson. Jordan. Simmons of the 12th. Sparks. Voting yes or yea. Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Frazier, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Senator Norwood, is this on the bill? Does anyone have a question on the bill?
I just want to go out at the proper time.
Senator Harkins? Senator Blunt? Senator Blunt, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold that item, Senate Bill 2446, on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider, Mr. Clerk. The bill passes 47 to zip. Now, Senator Norwood.
I'd like to sign on to co-author of 269, Senate Bill 2446 with unanimous consent.
2646. Seeing no objection, granted. Motion to reconsider is to the chairman by Senator Blunt. We go back to Senator England. Senator England. Pass and retain 270 to 76. Senator Johnson. Pass and retain. Senator Delano. Pass and retain. Chasnall. Senator Chasnall. Pass and retain. Senator DeBar. Pass and retain. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins. We're on 281, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we pass over items 281 to 283. They retain their place on the calendar, and we go to item 284, call that up, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. 281 to 283 retain place on the calendar.
Senate Bill number 2767, the Mississippi Opioid Settlement Fund Advisory Council create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And Mr. President, have a committee substitute and call up the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask to explain it.
You're recognized to explain a committee substitute.
Thank you. This is a bill authored by Senator Boyd in conjunction with the Attorney General's office. If you didn't know, the state of Mississippi received opioid settlement, and what this is doing is creating an advisory committee to be appointed by different members, including the Attorney General, Prosecutors Association, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker, to look at and advise the legislature as to how to best and properly spend the opioid settlement money. And in committee, the committee substitute, there was discussion, and what we wanted to ensure was that nobody would be excluded. And so on the committee substitute in lines 31 to 33, and then in subsection 12, we added language to require that no applicant could be excluded. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready on your motion on the substitute.
My motion is we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, your bill passes, Senator, by use of, pardon me? I'm sorry, Senator Turner Ford. No. Turner, no. Present, anyone? No's, anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of the morning roll call. Senator, you recognize Senator Wiggins.
Ask that items 285 through 293 remain their place on the calendar.
Retain a place on the calendar. 294. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Pass and retain through 301. Senator Blackwell. Pass and retain 306. Having completed the calendar, we'll go to announcements. Announcements, Senator. Senator Simmons.
Announcements, President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, the Mississippi Association of Supervisors cordially invites you to attend the Legislative Appreciation Reception today, starting at 4:30 p.m. at the Sheraton in Flowood. At 4:30 p.m., legislative reception without supervisors. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tonight, there's a legislative reception at the Mississippi Farmers Market for Department of Wildlife Fisheries and the Department of Marine Resources. It is from 6 to 8 at the Farmers Market.
Thank you, Senator Suber. Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to item 131 SB 2276.
131, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author on Senate Bill 2266.
What number is that, sir?
210.
210, Mr.
No,
Clerk.
that's not right.
Hold on.
It's 233.
233, Mr. Clerk. Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent of the Senate, I would like to be added to item number 233, Senate Bill 2266, as co-author.
233, Seymour. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added as a co-author for item number 198 and item number 237. Thank you.
198, 237, Mr. Clerk. Senator Simmons, S. Senator England.
Announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, the MEDC, which is your Economic Development Group, they're having a legislative reception tonight from 5 to 6:30 at the Mississippi Museum of Art. That's hosted by Vicksburg Warren Partnership. Yes.
Thank you. Senator Turner.
I have a request to be added as a co-author for a bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Item number 237, Senate Bill number 2874. I request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author.
237, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator England.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for unanimous consent to be added to item number 131 on today's calendar, Senate Bill number 2276.
31, Mr. Clerk. Senator England. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added with unanimous consent to item number 64, Senate Bill 2192.
64, Mr. Clerk. 2192, Senator Parker. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Simmons, D.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item number 198 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2051, and also item 237 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2874.
No objection, granted. Senator McMahon.
With no objection, I'd like to be added to Bill 64, to item 64 and item 66 on today's calendar.
64 and 66, Senator McMahon. No objection, granted. Senator Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be added as a co-author on item number 167, Senate Bill number 2886.
167, Mr. Clerk. 2886, Senator Frazier. No objection, granted. Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be, by unanimous consent, added to number 64, Senate Bill 2192, please.
2192, Senator McClendon. No objection, granted. Senator Norwood.
Mr. President, I'd like to be added as a co-author to 237, Senate Bill 2874, unanimous consent.
2874, seeing no objection, granted. Senator Butler.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I would like to be added to Senate Bill 131, 167, and 198.
131, 167, and 198, Clerk Senator Butler. Seeing no objection, it's granted. Senator Harkins.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask they do so in memory of two people, Miss Sandra Gooden, longtime PRV worker, lady lives out the reservoir, good folks, good family, just passed away, and also in memory of Tom Freeney, who just passed away this week.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an adjourned memory.
Please proceed.
Thank you. When the Senate adjourns today, I would ask that we do so in the memory of Mr. Tom Freeney of Jackson. Mr. Freeney recently passed away. He is the father of Lee Freeney of the Legislative Budget Office, and I ask that we adjourn his memory.
Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold two items on today's calendar on motions to reconsider. They are Senate Bill 2008, 2008, and 2874.
2008 and 2874. What Senator Hobson, you have an item number on that for the Secretary?
I don't have the item number circled, but I'd have to go through the calendar, I'll give it to the clerk, Mr. President.
Yeah. If you could, that'd be good. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to item 233, Senate Bill 2266, and item number 64, Senate Bill 2192.
2226, 2194. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to inform the Senate, in case somebody didn't have anywhere to go tonight, that the Mississippi 4-H will be having a reception at the Trade Mart starting at 4.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow morning at 9:45, we'll have pictures with the Lieutenant Governor and the junior pages. Senators that need to be here are Senators Barrett, Berry, Chazanal, Robinson, Simmons of the 12th, Whaley, and Williams.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Appreciate everyone's hard work today. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, at which time the Journal will reflect we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Senator moves to stand in recess until 5 today, at which time will be at time the Journal will reflect the Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.